Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. Little late jump on it today. Sorry about that, folks. A lot of stuff boiling over still from yesterday. Some good news came in, thank God. But overall, we're sorry for a little bit of a late start here, but we are up and going, and we're only about 15 minutes late. So hopefully we can make up some of this time en route. All right, folks, we are doing, like I said, a little bit of a retro flight. Now, the actual Piedmont Airlines that you see in front of me, this actually morphed with Allegheny and PSA. There could be another one. I don't know it off the top of my head, but those three came together to make US Air, which would later become US Airways. However, each of those three airlines, PSA, Piedmont, and Allegiant, would remain, but as regional carriers to Mother US Air. So, and the 767 would transfer into the fleet of US Air. Then, of course, like I said, US Airways. So, just to kind of help set the stage. Yes, it's a retro flight. Yeah, it's one of those. It's tough. We'll go with it being a retro flight, and I hope y'all enjoy. We're going to do a one stop hop here. We're going to go from Tampa to Charlotte, then Charlotte to Baltimore in this aircraft. And we're going to be flying for Piedmont Virtual. So if you do have ideas of joining this airline, go in eyes wide open. Giving you the link, giving you a chance to go in, read, learn about it, because it is one of those airlines that uh, is striving to be as real of an airline as possible on a screen in front of you instead of in the real world. So be ready for that. There are a whole lot of little sub rules and all. Make sure you understand it. It's a great airline. Do not get me wrong. It's just some pilots may not like that. So check them out, folks. When we come out of this ad break that I'm being told is starting, we'll get into pre flight. I'll be in the cockpit. See you in a couple seconds. All right, and for the rest of us still here, we are indeed up in the cockpit. Hang on a second. Let me go ahead and get rid of the message. Boarding will begin here shortly. All right. We'll go to break here. It says we are cleared to get into a break, so I just don't know when. So let's just get going. Folks, if at any time you miss something you want to see, check this video out on YouTube. It'll be out either later tonight or tomorrow for you to view. And you should be able to catch the whole flight without ads. And today's about 3 hours of flying and figure about three maybe hours of ground time to add it all up. So it's gonna be a fun day. So now I am being told the ads have started. So we'll hold right here where we're at with Sim Toolkit. We'll see you out of the break. Subscribers, I want to say this to you. Thank you so much for coming on board. Those that gifted, those that resubscribe every month, thank you so much. I know it's not a lot, but I hope the ad-free viewing is something you're enjoying. So while the majority of the audience is right now enduring about a minute and 20, 30 seconds of ads, you get to hear my lovely voice. So, but thank you so much for teaming up with us, coming alongside, helping us. And we are working to improve the stream to bring more to you. So we got about 30 seconds till the followers and those popping in, popping out come back. So we are going to do all that we can here today with this flight. So Just while I've got the moments here, I'm just going to set a couple screens up just so I know who's all here and chitty chatting with us. Like that chitty chatting? All right, creator dashboard. Let's go there. And all right. So welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the ads. They do help Twitch. We do get a small, and I might reiterate, small fraction of that. But nonetheless, we thank you for enduring and sticking with us. All right, so as you can see, Sim Toolkit's up. Folks, this is the animal we like to use to pre-brief. It's kind of like a one-stop shop to me. Stand by. Didn't want to cough in your ears. We can plan, we can track, and we can learn at the end about our flight. So the planning kind of has already happened. I did it over at SimBrief. So we're moving now to the track. But let's first see what we're loading up today. All right, so today we're going to put 163 souls in the seats, or as I like to say, fans in the stands. 37,490 pounds of payload, and we're going to have the ramp crew upload 22,343 pounds of fuel. Today's flights: the Baypo 2 departure, CAMJO, Twins, PONZE to Banker 5 into Charlotte. Now, right now, not looking at any weather, we're planning runway 1 right, landing 36 right. Now, that all sounds good on paper. Now, oh, and we're going to fly at 41,000 feet. Now, with all of this, let's get the weather in here. So 230 at 8. Well, folks, I've got some bad news for you. I would think the AUDII is telling me we're going to take off on the 19 left and arrive. Let's see here. Now that's promising 330. So we could still come in on 36 right. We'll see how all of this transfers, but right now, the 1 right takeoff is very much in question with me. And I can't believe it. Tampa technically is going off, excuse me, on the 1s. Wow. Okay, we'll stick with them. Man, feels like a frog got stuck there. All right. We got a 4-knot tailwind, so we should be good with that. All right, so y'all have seen the weather both places, and we are pre-filed. We just have not filed yet. All right, smattering of rain along the way. Let's kind of pull back a little. There's Charlotte up here, so it looks like a really, for now, good flight. All right, let's pull Sim Toolkit out of here. Let's get ready to get this plane going. Flight factor in the 767. I have not seen any new updates since we've gone to 1.0, since we've transitioned a couple of iterations ago. So it's still, I'm going to call it old school, considering what we have with the Airbuses and the 737, but it's still fun to do things that way. So with that, let's get into this thing. We're going to do our safety check first. Okay, so we know a couple of things in advance. Okay, obviously the parking brake's on. Oh, they don't have a takeoff warning. Okay, that's cool. Hang on a second. And 2200 for now. Okay, that is going to change just as soon as we come online. Also, while we're at it, Let's go ahead and get our microphones set so we're good for VATSIM. Okay. All right. And unfortunately, we're unable to transmit, but we can listen in. Okay. What I'm doing here, folks, make sure the microphone is selected for the VHF you want to use. Make sure the speakers, which are the knobs below, are one, pulled out, they'll be highlighted, and turned up. Otherwise, you won't hear them, folks. I'm just going to tell you right up front. You just won't hear them. Okay, and then this is your ILS frequency, by the way. So anyway, so we got the basics there started. Okay, so seeing the screens all lit up, folks, guess what? That's right. We got battery power. We got the ground power on, and we've got our, okay, so we got the battery. Now, one thing I have not done, you want to make sure you put that, come on, put that cover back over. Makes it a 2-click deal to turn it off, okay? And you're gonna find that's pretty advantageous. Standby power, external power, your bus ties are in auto, your utilities are on, and your gen connects are set up to automatically connect once the engine fires up. Also set the seatbelt sign is still off, smoking lamp lit, and we are set up for our arrival altitude, and we're on the left or number one systems for both engine start and pressurization. I've also got our uh, cabin temperature controls set to auto and the overall set to auto. Packs on for now, and the um, isolation valves open. All right, so that's where we stand right now. Window heats on and emergency lights armed. One last thing I always recommend, folks, take this display selector to heading so that when you start the alignment process, which is about to start, you'll know how many minutes. Okay, a matter of fact, speaking of which, let's go to align. Okay, you're seeing DC power, perfect. That's what we want to see. Then we're going to see a line across the top. And yeah, they don't know their alphabet. You can tell your kids, see, they don't know in those big smarty pant places how to do the alphabet. It goes ABC, not ACB. Unless you're ACDC, that's a whole different game. So again, now you can see up here tells you how many minutes to align. That's why you want to take it. The 737 will say HDG/STS. Status, 7 minutes. Once you're aligned, push it back to position. Go to nav. All right, from here, we're going to push down and start working that. Now, yes, it does, but I got to resize. Pushed for time here, folks. Sorry. Bear with me. I'll do it on the fly here, getting these all set up nicely. You're all going, you'll never use that side. There's occasions I do. Okay. And then I'm going to get rid of it, put that one in. And again, why I set it up offset, you can see why I try to keep it out of the range of, guessed it, the black bar that comes down. Now I could put this, yes, into full screen mode, and I've actually done it a couple times. It does not help frame rates. Some people have told, well, that's how you save your frame rates. No, it really doesn't help. So, but anyway, let's get into it, okay? FMC. We're into 767-200 ER. To get this aircraft, you might be able to get it with the mainstay load, but I went to the middle. It's called, bear with me, the professional extended version. Okay. Currently, we're 1.6.12. don't know where they're at, really, in honesty, right now. We're fired up, so I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, also make sure your AirNAC, if you're one of those that like to keep it up to date, is up to date. The next update is planned June 13th. There's our model version and so forth. Now go to position init. We're at KTPA. And I just take the GPS position. I know a couple of you have had issues with that. Okay, I do know that. I haven't yet. So I keep it right like that. Okay, KTPA, KCLT. Couple weeks ago, we did the reverse Charlotte to here. Now we're going to go back. We are in Piedmont 160. I am double checking just because I like to make sure I am doing this right. Wait a minute, 1160. That I and the ones just throw me off. All right, now, we could get a company route, but you know what? We're just gonna just be that dangerous. Okay, so we're gonna do the departure page first. We're going to plan, stand by, I'm going to make sure no changes have occurred. One really blowing my mind here. One right. Well, let's do one left. A little longer runway. Bay Pro, CAMJO. Why didn't we get an execute route? Activate. Okay, next up in our flight planning, and just so you all can keep up with us here, there you go. We'll be going to twins. All right. This one's easy to figure out because you got one in the Eastern Hemisphere, one in the Western. We're Western. Okay, and this is where it's going to come in very handy to put this into map and double check. Okay. Twins, then we're going to PONZE. Wow, a lot of open airspace in between. PONZE, PONZE. All right, execute, and then we're going to go to the arrivals page. So go to index arrival for Charlotte, anchor, PONZE, and we said 36 right. Of course. Hang on a second. And we'll bring this all in so we can all check it. I'm just ILS, yeah, let's just go straight to HECM and get us on the approach. All right, could turn into a visual if they come up. All right, so back to route. We're going to go to the legs page. Now stand by. And now we're on the plan page. We're going to see how this works out. I got a feeling Charts is not going to like it in the way. It is not. Oh, well, let's try something else. Hang on. I think that might actually work, folks. All right, so hang on a second. What did I not do? Oh, that's what I did. Okay. Let's get back to where we are. All right, so for this departure, folks, Okay, we're going to take off 030 vectors to Finky, then Baypro. Okay, now we just step. All right, and you can see the vectors. So more than likely what we'll do is we'll get going on the 003, push it over when we're ready. Okay, so let me pull back. We got just a few more to go through here. Twins, CAMJO, twins. Guess what? That's right. Just look at it, see how this is flowing. So we get up here to twins, then we get PONZE. So we're going to take PONZE, click on it, and put it right here. That's going to close it, folks. Okay, and we're going to then execute. So Willow, back here, Willen, Spring, CAMJO. Spring, CAMJO, still looking good. All right, so CAMJO. Hang on a second, folks. Pretty sure that is because, that's the vector. Okay, I'm making sure twins got put in right. Mileage-wise looks good. I'm just making sure, and that's the biggest thing when you start typing them in, that things are in here correctly. All right, so now we're on the arrival. Okay, so far so good. We're to checking. Sardet, banker. Now we veer off at det. Okay, so let's see. So hang on a second. Okay, so now what I'll do here is take Heckham, back it up to here. And then what that did is it still has the vector in it for Victor to take. However, we can then get on the ILS and come in as well by just going direct Heckham. Because as you see, it's Heckham. Oh, wait a minute. No, you don't. Oh, wait, we're really spawned out. Okay. So there's Lice, Heckham. Keep going. And we got Jenda, Lancer, Sikdu, Heyu, and right on in. Okay. Next up will be our missed approach. Out to Locus. So we are going to come off, make a pretty hard turn to intercept the radial 093 out to Locust, 25 miles out, and we'll hold. It's a direct entry right into right-hand turns. Okay, so pretty simple, all set up, ready to go, folks. Okay, and then we'll go back to legs, back to there, and we'll keep that set there. There's that line, folks. Now, if I was to connect it, let's see, legs. If I was to get rid of this vector, guess what? That would go away. And it will once we get airborne. Okay, so that's the simple part of the flight planning. Now, let's get back to route. Now the fun part. Let's put the, oh, we have not loaded. So let's start the load process. My bad. Okay, go to your EFB. Now you got it here. And you also have it right here next to the pilot's left knee. So you just go to ground. Now I recommend first zeroing it out, minus the fuel. Okay, and then the fuel Well, you can go, we'll just go ahead and throw that on first. Fuel for today is 22,343. 22343. Enter. Okay. Passengers, we called it 163. Enter. And the cargo weight. Now wait, before we go any further, since we zeroed everything out, let's look at our zero fuel weight. 210. Okay. We are estimating 220,841 by the time we're done. It could be the 8965 they're planning works. However, the easiest way to make it add up is take the planned zero fuel weight, subtract it, and I can actually be showing this to you. Oh, that didn't work. Hang on. All right, well, then I'll show it to you. Go to your sim brief. Oh, it's going to be difficult. Maybe. Why are we not getting it? There we go. Oh, cool. Here's our weights. All right, so here's your weight. So here's what we're estimating for a zero fuel weight. 20,841 minus your zero fuel weight here, 210,880. That's coming up to 9961. That's what I'll put on as my cargo. Oh, I really hate when it does that. 9961. Enter. All right. Now, our zero fuel weight matches the zero fuel weight right up here. Again, our planned fuel is 22,343. Now, since we're using, this is actually the Lido format, which is not one I really like to use on these, but we'll use it. Okay, it does help us in one area, and you'll see it here in a minute. So now that we've got the aircraft loaded here, we're not done yet. First, perform maintenance. Optimize your CG. You can see how it moves things around a little bit, and then load. That'll take a few minutes. Zero fuel weight. Are we getting it invalid? Okay, we may have to wait for the plane to load or stick it in ourselves. One nicety about this aircraft, folks, that I do like that I wished other Boeings had is right here, your fuel gauge, your fuel panel. Easy to tell what you're doing, but even more important, you have it right here. So you know, oh, this one's higher than this one, or this one's higher than this one. We need to center that off. Very easy to see. It's not so easy because, now granted, as the pilot, in the cockpit, it's a lot easier than in a simulation. But, oh, that's why we're not hearing anything. Okay, I had it muted. Y'all were going to probably say, oh, how do you know when it's loaded? two ways. One, the fuel stops. Two, you don't hear the noise now in the background of pallets and peoples. Okay, we're at 17 going for 22, so. And we'll let it see if, and you can also see the fuel. When the fuel reaches to 2.3 or 0.4, that's when you will not hear the noise anymore. So we got just a little to go. While we're doing this, give me a chance here to verify everything looks good. 2020840. That'll work for me. It's 1 pound over. Really? Oh, and also you'll see the loading the plane go away. But it doesn't have to be there. We're almost there, so. So anyway, folks, thanks for flying with Mike while we're waiting. I'll just do a quick gander over to the chat. I don't see anything today. And yes, if you were tracking, yes, this is yesterday's verse of the day as well. So, just about there. It's either going to stop at 22.3 or round up to 22.4. It looks like it's stopped. Now let's try it. Boom. There we go. Oh, hang on. Wasn't expecting it that high. Now I do need to. $20.8. Okay. All right, and I just try to make sure. Now, going back to what we were talking about, let me get charts in here. Okay, now the default, when you just load a flight in there, smash generate, it's going to bring you up in this format unless you choose one of the others. Now, this one just happens to help you out with reserves. Look for final reserve plus alternate. Realize, folks, in the real world, not the simulated world. The simulated world, you make up your own rules, technically, minus when ATC is around. And that being, instrument flights in the real world have to be able to do three things. Obviously, first one, make it to its destination. Okay, so we don't even worry. That fuel's in there. Two, has to be able to divert to the alternate. Furthest alternate you've declared, you have to be able to make it from that airport. Third, you have to have, in the US, 45-minute reserve when you land or when you park. I don't know exactly where the FAA draws the line, or if it's a wavy line, gray line, black line, I don't know. Red line, I don't know. So what I do is I plan to get to my alternate, and I plan to have my final reserve, or in this case, reverse what I just said, final reserve plus alternate 9.2. Let's round up. Yeah, we'll keep it 9.2. Punch it in there. All right, now the other interesting thing that came out of this flight, hang on, I could have gone up, I think I will, because we're not going to get to the ATC. We should see our flight levels. We're given 41,000. Wow. Getting some pretty good altitude in these planes today. Cost index, 50. 50. Now, you're probably going, how are you going to get your wins right there? 280 diagonal 52. Boom. And we'll go ahead and put it in there, but we're pretty doggone close to the ceiling of this plane, so we'll hold it there. All right, so there you go, first page done. Now the fun page. Oh, what are we supposed to put here? Well, this one we can do simply by click. Go to the next page to start with. Winds on your runway. That we can do real quick too. Back to departure. Let's go up here. We could do one of two things. Look at the latest and greatest 1 hour old. Or try the METAR, see if it's 1 hour 1 minute. So guess what? It's 250 at 9. All right, so here's your runway, your cross, all that looks good. Now, how do you get the slope? And most of you would just go, hey, yeah, leave that. Yeah, I don't. You can actually get that, folks. Supposedly in the chart somewhere, okay, that's one way. I go to Sim Toolkit. Okay, if you go to Sim Toolkit, this little thing that looks like your route, it isn't your route. Here's your runway information. Heading 6.7. Slope, positive number, so it's 0.1. So what we do, follow the format. Up 0.1. Reference outside temperature. Again, we can get that right off charts, folks. In the METAR, it'll tell you it's 32 degrees 1 hour 1 minute ago. Or right there, 32 degrees. Next page. Now, this gets a little tricky. So what I'm going to do is bring Sim Toolkit in. We're going to try this because this we can't formulate any other way. Clear that off. Let's bring SimBrief in. View our flight. Okay, everything looks cool, doesn't it? For the most part, yeah. All right. Couple of ways you can do this. You can go right here, or, and I have not done this from this one, show the details here. So, runway 1 right, here's our winds. And our 130, 133, 135. So that's what we're looking at based off of flaps 5. I'm going to try to take it a little, try the other page, 242, hang on, I'm going to write these down. Takeoff weight 242284, you all see that. And I don't know if I need anything else. We'll come back if we do. Performance tools, aircraft. Whoop, went too far. Sorry, folks. 7, 6, 2. We are at KTPA. We're on runway 1 left for departure. Pounds. Weight 242284. Runway's dry. Oh, there we go. So we got everything. Bleeds are on. Of course, bleeds. I don't get. That was many packs. I don't know. Anti-ice auto. Winds 255. $250. Okay, we'll take it. And temperature 32. So let's calculate. All right, so here's what we're getting, folks. Flaps 5, takeoff, D-rate 2. Ooh, let's try this. Still putting us on. Oh, I know why. Enabled. No, let's keep that disabled. Go to takeoff. And I'll explain here as we're getting set up. There we go. All right, so we're going flaps 5, takeoff. Our speeds will be 122, 126, 134. Max is 359. There's our max temperatures, our weather, and our runway is 11,000 feet long. Again, there's your grade, folks. And then you get the map to show you whereabouts you're going to hit these speeds. And most important, your reject. Perfect. So we're looking at, hang on, we'll just go back up here, 122, 126, 134. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. I'm going to leave this in place. So I'm going to go ahead and pull it away from you. All right, so we're not going to take thrust. And the reason why, folks, I don't know how to set it into takeoff 1 or 2 to be able to. Now, one thing I did not look at, we have no thrust reduction. We could have done that. So we're just going all out. Flaps 5, turning it on. How did we do? Well, we're just a little bit off. We'll go with their numbers, but you know what? We're pretty close, folks. We're saying 122, 126, 134. We're off by 2 rough knots each. That's not bad. So I'm pretty cool with that. Final setup here. And then we'll get this girl in the air. Let's go to legs. Cleared. All right. Hang on a second, folks. Getting some text messages in from some things going on. All right, just checking in with a couple things. All right, so let's finish up the checklist, get this girl out of here. All right, so APU time. Hang on again, folks. All right, there we go. All right, so let's get this going. Okay, yaw dampers, we'll keep those off. There is a reason. Let me see. Turning on. Yeah. Okay, so they're into normal. Our electronic engine controls. Get our hydraulics set and ready. Okay, actually, I am going to, oh, not yet. Let's get the APU started. Okay, APU is starting up. Left and right window heats are on. Passenger signs on. Cabin controls, set landing altitude. We're going to be using one. How I determine which one I use, folks, everyone has their own ways of doing it. I just do it, okay, today's an odd day, so we'll be on the odd number. Tomorrow's the even day, we'll be on the even day. I think tomorrow's an even day. It is, okay. I just checked. And we'll hit the fuel pump real quick. That went out. Equipment cooling right here is auto. Forward, mid, aft cabs are auto with the overall auto. And we'll set our cabin lighting right now to full. This is cabin, chart, dome. Okay. Of those, we really don't need. All right, APU should be on now. So we'll connect and disconnect. And you see the flicker telling you it came off the ground power onto the APU. And let's go back to here. Okay, so we can now, being on the APU, turn the bleed on. And all the fuel pumps will go ahead and turn on because we're about ready to push and start. Chocks, see, so the LSU can go, the fuel truck can go, the GPU can go. All we're left with is the chocks. And for those of you taking notes, oh, we need to close some doors. All right, and we'll go ahead and close the main door. We'll just do a quick close all to make sure they all are. And he's probably wanting to talk, folks. Hang on, let our cabin guy talk. Charts. There, you can hear him in the background, and that's how I want him. All right, so let's do it, folks. Let's get ready to push back. I just want to do a quick look here. Okay, we're still good to go. And let me get my ACARS system running for... and this is one of those checklists where it's actually written on it to start. Okay, we're cleared to start from stand 90. All right, and last but not least, let's get on with ATC 1160. And we are a E762, and that all looks good. Connect. All right, so they're asking us to go to 511 for our squawk code. We'll oblige. So 0 5 1 1, is that correct? Yes. Now that's a little different than yesterday. Yesterday we started off with a PDC, a pre-departure clearance that was canned by either that was approach or center. I'm leaning to center. So that when I came on, it bloop as soon as I got online. And then I had all that information, some of which I read right, some I missed. All right, so final things here. We're just gonna set the MCP up here. Okay, 136, we'll make it 146. Flight directors on. Runway heading, we said, I believe 6, but we'll double check. 7. And the departure has a top altitude of 6,000. Since there's no ETC, we're going to take it to 41,000. All right. Everything else looks good. And now, one last thing we have to get, and that is, what is our CTAF frequency? Okay, folks, I've been telling you about this from the beginning. You are, if you're working where I am, here in the US, here under VAT USA, you need to set your COM here off the Unicom channel to what's called Common Traffic Advisory. Now, how do you find that? Real simple. Well, you could look at the chart and determine it from there, but at airports like this with multiple runways, it gets a little blurry. So FATSIM went this route: dot CTAF KTPA. So in your pilot client, the piece of software that connects you, the plane to VATSIM, okay, type in the chat board dot Charlie Tango Alpha Foxtrot, then the 4-character identifier for your airport. Then you're good to go. And all we do is hit enter, and there it is. So we set 119 500. And now we're transmitting, as you can see up here, 119.5, monitoring 121.5 guard channel. We're ready to push back. Let's get our lovely pushback team up here so they can start huffing and puffing and push us back.
Please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
All right, so there we go. We got that all taken care of. We'll announce when we actually begin the pushback. So we are at the point, folks, 1 hour into the flight. Okay, 56 minutes. We're ready to push back. And I hope you all enjoyed that. It's a while since we've flown this aircraft, but I hope you were able to enjoy and get something out of it. The big thing I need to do here, I see him coming in. Come down here, release the chocks. Okay, jetway's away. He's about to tell us everything's closed, ready to connect.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
All right, and we're cleared to connect. Push us back facing north. All right, to start this plane, before we get into it, the big thing, folks, of course, got to turn the packs off. There we go. I just happened to notice some things not on. These were still red, and usually it's either the bus time. Oh, I know what I got to check real quick.
Tow connected and bypassed and inserted. Release parking brake.
All right. So let's get back to that since I caught that. We got to make sure first we got our APU on. Make sure the bleed is on. Make sure we're on the APU gen. We are. And then turn your packs off. You're going to see a rise in your pressure. We need to see that. And then you're able to start your engines, kick the beacon on, and we're cleared for pushback. Tampa Common Traffic Advisory Frequency Piedmont 1162 heavy, pushing back, stand 90. Brakes off.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
All right, we'll go ahead and start getting on them. Technically, it would take longer than what we're going to go through. But the start switch to ground. And then we're going to watch. When the line gets to the magenta line, we can just move that to run. Like I said, they start up a lot faster than what you're used to in the real world. And what we move to run is the fuel control switch. Oh, while we're pushing back and waiting, hang on a second. Let me get my altimeter set to 30. 6. All right, let's get number 1 turning and burning. Okay. Once we cross the magenta line, on. Make it go to run.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Brake set to park.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
All right, just doing a couple things here. All right, we are pushed back, ready to go, waiting on him to finish his things up. Real quick, I'm going to turn the weather radar up, but we're going to keep it off on the screens right now. All right, so here
Tow is disconnected. Envoy has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time, and have a safe flight.
And thanks for flying with Mike. They're better pushback, free utility, recommended to everyone. All right, parking brake, tow vehicle on its way. We'll see the, over here, he'll be out of the truck here to show us the pens. There he is. All right, let's do it. All right, we're going to stop this clock. Turn that clock on. All right, so here we go. Left and right engine bleed valves on. Hydraulics on. Anti-ice. We're not gonna need it. Left and right bleeds are on, packs back on, and probe heats are on. APU bleed can be turned off. APU itself off. APU gen off. Okay, auto brakes. Reject takeoff. State trim, we need 5.8. Good luck figuring that out on the Boeing setup. Yeah, it doesn't tell you, folks. Hate to say it. Airbus, McDonnell Douglas, they all beat the crap out of them on that. Flaps to 5. Let's see. Flight directors are on, and range 2200. We'll get the weather radar. Oop, weather radar there. Terrain there. Okay, and then we'll turn that up. Okay, we're set to go, and we're ready to go. And Tampa common traffic, Piedmont 1162 heavy, taxi to runway 1 right. All right, so if I go down to Yankee, come out Yankee or Victor 2, right on down Whiskey. Okay, here we go. Here we go, brakes off. Now, we could actually exit right here at Juliet 2. Matter of fact, why don't we? All right, folks, the line we're crossing right now is the line for the movement control area. So up until that point, you are on your own or under ramp control, depending the airport, and depending the airline. And then when you get out here, you got to be talking to ground, tower, whatever. But up until that point, you may be told push back, call for taxi. And it will be when you're ready to cross that line. Because as you can see, it looks like part of the taxiway of Victor, matter of fact, most of Victor is behind the movement control line. And I can probably hear pilots going, you do know the winds are the opposite direction. I'm going by the AUDII. As much as I'd like to go because that's the easiest way to get where I'm going, I'm going by the AUDII, folks. All right, so while we're doing this, let's check. All right, we're ready to go with a surface check. Okay, speed brakes are off. Let's make sure speed brakes off. Flaps set 5 and 5. Landing lights, nose gear lights will come on. We'll turn the auto throttle on here in a moment. In the meantime, enjoy the taxi, folks. And as I told Better Pushback, thanks for flying with Mike. Got a pretty good cell. Getting ready to move over the airport here. Kind of looking for it. That must be it over there. That doesn't look too impressive from this angle. If you all were around Memorial Day, we flew the Mac Air Millennium Aviation's Special Paint 737 into Reagan, right ahead of a pretty nasty looking storm, pretty close to what you see on the radar here. Kind of turned right in front of it for the visual approach. Fun arrival. So it's the first time we actually got to see how the lightning effects were, and pretty impressive. Okay, we're going to flip-flop this to engine. And tower, Piedmont 1162 will be ready upon reaching the end. Roger, clear for takeoff, 1162. And no, we're not talking to tower, folks. As you can tell, I have the client up here. There's nobody online. Mark your calendars, folks. That is a rarity. You know what? Let's just take a full-length takeoff. Okay, let's get the lights on. And Tampa traffic, Piedmont 1162 heavy departing, 1 left. Waiting for someone to say, you said the wrong runway. Oh well, I'm at 1 left, I'm on the right runway now. Okay. Auto throttle on. I'm going to show you a couple of things. For the barometer, folks, the altimeter settings, if you get altitude disagrees, click right here. Same for the other side if you're flying it on the first officer side. It will set it for you. As for toga, stand by. Coming up to 60%. All right, engines appear stable, rear stable. Toga's this little set screw right here. Little nose down. Okay, 100, all good. Airspeed's looking good. Here we go, V1 rotating. Gear up, positive rate. punch the autopilot. LNAV. Oh, not yet. How about VNAV? 003. Thunderstorm right ahead, folks. Legs. 10 key. Execute. LNAV. All right, we're on our way, folks. All right, go to progress. Gonna kind of skirt around. Oh, it's over here. I don't see a storm. It says there's a storm out there, folks. I don't see it. Really don't see it. Okay, that's okay though. Well, we'll continue on. We're now 356, so let's go to that just in case we have a squirrely fix in here. We can get back on course pretty quick. All right, folks, and we are now on our way. Hang on. We'll do that one. What the heck I just did. I have no idea what Shift F2 does. Sounded like it put us outside, and I don't know what it did. Oh, it's opening doors. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Okay, learned something today, folks, and that will wrap up Flying with Mike. No, just kidding. Would have loved to have looked outside the plane to see if it really did. Fly Deck 1, welcome aboard, sir. Thanks for the first time check. You like X-Plane 12? So do I. I love X-Plane 12. When asked which one do I prefer, X-Plane 12. Every time. Flaps coming up. But welcome in, sir. Hope you're having a grand day. I just learned something in 3 years that I didn't know. Oh, you like the Zebo is a really good aircraft. We fly it quite a bit here too. Also the Tolus A320, 319, 321s. The Boeing 747 Classic, obviously the 767. Airbus 320 from Flight Factor. Not a huge fan of, but I'm also not a throw it out the plane, throw it out to the pasture kind either. And as you saw yesterday, the Citation 10. All right, so let's get the lights off. Turkey, turkey. Let's take a look outside. Just making sure doors aren't open as we're getting ready to go up. Okay, we're good. Didn't know that key did that. So yeah, the 767-200, a lot of airlines really didn't jump on this one. I know TWA did. I know obviously US Air and a company did. I don't know about across the ponds with the other airlines, but it just didn't seem to take hold, the Dash 200. Now, the Dash 300 and all variants of the Dash 300, oh my gosh, they just gobbled that one up. It was unbelievable. Second, can I clear that? I wonder why that won't clear. Oh well. Oh, there it went. What did I push? Reset. Okay, cool. The Dash 400, many airlines took as well, but not to the level of the Dash 300. So just thus, it's an amazing aircraft. You do fly X-Plane 11 with the Dash 300. Yeah, it's a good airplane. It's an interesting thing because it came out at or about the same time the 757 came out. The 757, while an outstanding airliner, they've been having a lot of either engine problems they can't find parts for, or there's something going on that they are becoming hangar queens. And it's odd because they're both pretty much the same aircraft, just one's a little lighter than the other, hence it's quick up to altitude. But many airlines still love them and put them in the air. So the 757's getting to that point where they're looking to replace. This one is amazing. I haven't heard any word of replacement. So it is still one of the big workhorses for the airlines. All right, so we're through 10,000 feet, getting close to transition, folks. Just checking to make sure I haven't forgot anything. Okay, transition's the only other thing. Flaps are up, making sure. I'm still on the fence if I'm going to go with the 777 when it comes out. I haven't fully... right now, if it were today, all of a sudden Flight Factor said, poof, here's the 777. No. Mainly because, not because it's Flight Factor. I really can't be spending a lot of money right now. So, we're, what we do take in from the stream, we will look at prospects, but we'll see how things transpire. So hopefully the Flight Factor 777 goes from be here soon to it's here. All right, sorry about that, folks. Just asking a question of the CEO. I forgot to start this timer. Well, we'll get it from... All right, so let's see. Got our gauges all set up, and we are pushing through transition. So, now let me show you this. I think we should get a error message here on the display. I'm setting to 2992. There it is. Altitudes disagree. Okay, what it's saying, folks, is the altimeter setting here of 2992 does not meet the 3006. Remember I told you this little set screw right here, if you click on it, sets it, gets rid of it. Unfortunately, you do have to turn this one back. So it's kind of a neat thing. The other quick click in the cockpit to help you out, right here, that is your toga button. All right, folks, well, I am going to step aside for just a moment and be right back. I'm going to look ahead. I don't see any signs of ATC, but you know what? They love to hide them. just love it. So bear with me a second here. There's still no sign all the way to Charlotte. And even in Baltimore looks a little busy today. So we'll get to Charlotte and go from there. So be right back, folks. Bear with me just a second. All right, folks, we're back with you here. I am going to be still a little quiet right now. I'm just getting a little food inside me, so we'll let the music play in the background and go from there. Yeah, turn the airplane down a little bit. Sorry about that, folks. Didn't mean to be chewing my food in your ears. My apologies. I'll be right back.
Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through.
All right, folks, we are back with you. Sorry for that brief delay. Really needed to get a little something in my belly. All right, so we are on our way. Hang on a second. What's this one? Okay, just checking emails and yeah. Okay. So I hope y'all are having a great Wednesday, folks. I haven't really done what I like to normally do here with Wednesdays. And of course, we go into a commercial break. So we'll get it right afterwards. But folks, thanks for being a part. Thanks for coming on board. Love having you around. Fly Deck 1. Hope your day is going well. All right, top of climb is... That is weird. What's going on? We are wanting to porpoise, and I don't like it when aircraft do this. It's gonna... See if we can't get it to settle in. Got a feeling we're like way right at its max. I'm even looking here. I don't think I've ever flown a 767 this high. We're indicating 230. Let's make sure we haven't kicked off anything over here. Well, we're still in cruise. All right, what I want to look at is where are we? Top of drop is 131 miles ahead of us. Okay, we need to get in here and start planning this descent. All right, so we're going to fly the Banker 5 arrival into Charlotte. Looks a little like that. Oops, sorry about that, folks. All right. So we're going to come in at PONZE. Now we got to be above 27,000 and be at 280 knots, above 24 at nearest. Checking credit above 17,000, banker at 270, between 13 and 22. that is where we turn off the course here, and we're going to go at 250, 12,000 feet over to PONZE, 210 at 9,000. So that's the game plan, folks. Then we're going to fly the 3-6 right approach. Real quick across the top, saw your possible frequencies for Charlottetown. IBQC is the localizer, frequency of 108.9er. 003 for the final approach course. Hey you, 2,500 feet MSL, or wait south to 1,773 feet above the ground. Today's decision height is 927 feet MSL. If you're not familiar with these terms, MSL is the altitude you see on the altimeter. In this plane, we do not have a radar specific gauge for the radar. It's built into our PFD. And you all can't see that we'll get to it. That's 200 feet. We'll set one of those. Okay. Real quick, HECM, Jenda, Lancer is our initial fix. Sikdu, and then Hey You at 7 miles out. Descent profile will start at 6, work our way down to 2,500 by Hey You, and then right on in. From Hey You to the missed approach point, I am guesstimating about 2 minutes. Maybe 2 minutes, 19 seconds, but that's where I'm thinking. Down here's our minimums that we can accept. For the METAR, has to have broken or overcast above 200 feet, which is AGL, and a half mile of visibility. If there's an RVR, has to be greater than 18, or we switch to the Cat 2, Cat 3 arrivals. Okay, so that's our approach, folks. Looks like a pretty simple one indeed. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of X-Pilot for the moment. Here's the decision altitude, 200 feet. And the radar altimeter will show up over here, either here. It'll be on this gauge somewhere. Some aircraft actually have the radar altimeter on top of the altimeter for the airport or for the flight. So, all right, so let's continue getting the planes set up. All right, altimeter. My apologies for the sniffle there, folks. Oh. All right, 108.9 and 003. Now I saw where I got 003 from here. Real quick recap here, folks. Weather in Charlotte currently, as of an hour and 7 minutes ago, the story of our lives. Everything's like an hour old. 308, 10 miles visibility. Few clouds at 7,000. So, folks, we're not worried about cloud heights. We're just going to see a bunch of clouds, a few clouds, as we come in from 25,000 all the way down to 7,000. All right, and currently, the AUDII, only 8 minutes old. Real world, that's a departure. 8 minutes old for the arrival. Currently, Charlotte in the real world is landing visuals 3-6 right, center, and left. Okay, so not bad. Okay, we're working our way to Twins and then over to Ponce and starting our descent. Now, currently set at 86 miles. So I'm going to go here. Okay, so we're showing 128. I'm going to bring charts back in. Oh, some toolkit. Let's see what it shows for the arrival. All right, so that was the takeoff. Landing performance. KCLT. Arrival. Oh, my bad. My bad. Hopes to put it in the right spot. We are a B. Reason I'm not putting my tail in here is because this whole flight plan is set up not using that. So KCLT 36 right. Estimating 230 696. All right, so here we go. For flaps 30, we're looking at actual distance braking at with brakes 3, 7,700. So I mean, we're looking at can definitely come in brakes 3. Speeds. Let's see, reference 139, approach 144. We're gonna need 6,000 feet of runway and available distance 8,300. So we're pretty decent. All right. So they say. All right, so 144 is what we're shooting for currently. How'd we get kilograms? Did I miss? I sure did. Stand by, folks. Still getting 139, 144 because I'm getting conflictions here. I'm going to go ahead, stick that one in there. And we're ready to start thinking about our descent. 57 miles out. I think as we come over Twins, we'll start on down. So I hope y'all are having a great day. And remember, once we get on the ground in Charlotte, parked, we'll do a quick recap, and then we're going to start building the second flight. To Baltimore. All right. So we just got a few more minutes, folks, and we're going to begin the descent into Charlotte. Okay, and just to give you an idea, we're about 17 miles out of Twins. That's where I'm going to start my descent. And the big thing is we just got to make sure PONZE nearest are at their respective altitudes. Okay, so we're just about ready to start in on the descent. Matter of fact, so much so. You know what? Hang on a second. Let me try something here. All right, as soon as we begin our turn, I will start us coming down. Let's get on Unicom. Okay, still not showing any controllers up, which is very odd. Almost spooky. Yeah, still nothing in the Charlotte area. We'll take it. We'll take it. Not to say when we come out of Charlotte they won't be up, or Baltimore, one of them won't. So, all right, we're about to make the turn at Twins. I think our top of descent is now just over 20 miles out. Yep, we're going to start our descent. This is where it gets a little fun, folks. Couple of ways you can do this. You can head over here to descent. Click descent now. That is how we're going to do it. Or you can click VS, set up a descent rate. So those are your ways. If we do descend now, let's see how it translates out. Okay, there we go. We're now getting into that manage to where we'll make PONZE at 27,000. And folks, if you don't think it's gonna make it or you're a little nervous, guess what? Ways to get around this. Let's go to VS. I am actually a little nervous. See this arc? That's what you want to see, folks. And again, we just got to be over 27 by the time we get there. Nearest is hang on, we're pulling it up. Nearest interest 24,000 or higher. Credit 17,000. So I'm kind of liking the profile we're on right now. We're going to let her kind of accelerate as we're coming down, but I don't want it to get past, get past 280, 290. That'll be where I pull and let it descend at that rate, using speed brakes if need be. But again, hope y'all are having a great Friday, also known as Hump Day. Over the hump, folks. The weekend is upon us in a couple of days. Okay, folks, I'll be right back. My wife's getting a business call. Stand by. All right, folks, we're back with you. Yeah, for those new to the channel, I work in the same space as my wife's office here in the house. So we're streaming. She gets a phone call from work. She works at a university here in St. Louis, so that information doesn't need to even try to find a way across my microphone. So we mute and keep it as private as it needs to be. All right, and we are coming in on PONZE here. I'm actually gonna get a little bit of oh, excuse me, folks. And then that one looks good. All right, so we're coming in. Charlotte's on the horizon. All right, we are going to start into a sterile cockpit now and get ourselves towards the ground. Checklist in play now. 80 miles out. We got our reference page set. Let's go brakes 3. EFIS control set. ILS frequency double check 1089er. And we're into our initial descent. All right, so our next altitude we have to be at is 20,000. Okay, oh, 270, my bad. Okay, we just crossed. Let's go down to 17. Okay, credit credit at 17,000. Definitely got to steepen up. All right, and we're headed down to 17,000. We're going to be off a little bit. All right, so we're starting to get in within our margins here, so that's cool. And now the big thing, watch your speed. Make sure we're not accelerating past the 270. all the way in, and then we'll set up for the 210 at the Lentz. Again, hope y'all enjoyed this first leg into Charlotte. Again, we're going to try to quickly turn it in Charlotte to get on our way to Baltimore. So that's our goal. We'll see how that works out. All right, looks like Charlotte is beginning to wake up. New York Center is definitely alive. Wow. Okay, let's see what Charlotte's calling out here. 3-6 right, center left, and yeah, we're good. So far, so good. Okay, we're beginning to approach in. Let's get our CTAF. Okay, in case the tower doesn't get online. Okay, we're below 18. 3003. Same thing, folks. If that altitude disagree does come on, all we got to do, click the little screw right there, and that'll set the other side, and we'll set this one. Okay, we're all set. Let's make sure the seatbelt signs are on. Here we come, folks. I guess I should have a gate in mind for them. Or if they decide to give me something off, let's aim for C10. All right, we're getting a little fast here. All right, so we're coming into 12,000. We're about to make the turn. We'll drop it to 11. Okay, so there we are, folks, set up now. Now we are not going to take that, so all right, so now we are controlling the heading. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is set up for the intercept. Actually, we could probably stay pretty close to this. But I'm going to turn us into about get a decent intercept on it, and then we'll descend to 6,000. So again, hope you're enjoying the flight, folks. 27 and 30, cool. And don't think we can see the airport just yet. Okay, we're going to go ahead and switch over to Charlotte. Nine three, okay. All right, there's the localizer. We'll give it a little further to go. I'm going to drop down one notch. All right, now I'm going to turn. All right, folks, we are just about there on track. Actually, I'm going to turn in. Laps 5. Okay, it's saying the localizer is captured. We haven't turned yet. There we go. Okay, we're about 17 miles out, folks. So we'll continue in here at 170 as we begin looking for the runway, which probably will not be visible yet. And I'm figuring about Lancer to Chickadoo, we'll lower the landing gear. And Charlotte Common Traffic, Piedmont, 1162 on the ILS 436 right. Flaps 10. All right, Lancer is about, I hate this when I can't tell. Approximately 5 miles ahead of us. Still really not seeing this runway. I'm thinking we're lined up off of it. Okay, folks, we are just about final. I know the runway's right ahead of us. I just can't make it out yet. Okay, there's Lancer at 11 miles. And Charlotte traffic, Charlotte Common Traffic, Piedmont 1162 Heavy is 10-mile final, 36 right on the ILS. Okay, I'm starting to make out a run. Gear down. 3 green. AU flaps full. All right, we got the run. Okay, plane's ours. Last call on common traffic, Piedmont 1162, 3-mile final, 36 right.
Minimums. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Charlotte ground, Piedmont 1162 off 36 right to gate Charlie 10. Charlotte ground, Piedmont 1162. Frequency. Charlotte ground, Piedmont 1162. Like to taxi to Charlie 10? Gate Charlie 10. I'd like to taxi to the gate. Via Charlie to the gates will give way to Southwest Piedmont 1162 Heavy. Southwest is. Why? This was maybe not a good idea. Did he put it in reverse? I love it. All right, Piedmont 1162 Charlie to Charlie 11 to parking. Oh my goodness. All right, folks, let's. All right, the EPU's on. Hang on a second, folks. Let's get this thing squared away. It's got everything all turned around here. We're going to try and work our way over to gate 10, Charlie 10, but I don't think he has a clue where that is. The good thing is, technically on my side here, I am technically outside the movement control. Meaning I'm outside his control. See if that actually plays out here. Doesn't help when the controllers don't play by the rules. All right, folks, we're into blocks. Wow. That's just kind of wild when the controllers are a little bit not abiding by VAT USA. All right, well, that doesn't matter. We're into blocks. We are going to get these engines shut down here real quick as soon as we get up here, get the APU up and going. All right, APU on. Okay, everything's off. Okay. Okay, let's shut them down. Time bleeds on and generator. Okay. All right, let's go to all right, we're gonna come off his channel. Wow. Okay, we can turn that off. Got the jetway up here yet? Okay, let's get the chocks in. All right, we're gonna go ahead. Doors are closed. All right, so now we're unloading. All right, folks, so welcome to Charlotte. Sorry for that. A lot of, oh, gotta love it. Not really. That was kind of ugly there. I don't know how about that. Let's take a look at Sim Toolkit. Let me first log this. 151 feet a minute is what Piedmont got us at. Not bad. Close that out. See if there's anything to worry about on this. And then we'll get into dissecting the arrival without doing the flyby. I want to get this thing turned as quickly as possible. Okay, 220 points. Ah, nice, nice, nice. 151 feet a minute. Very nice indeed. Okay. Let me go back to book a flight and we'll come back to that in a second. Matter of fact, give me a second. I'm going to set that page up. We're going to book our flight here in a momentio. There we go. All right. No idea who will be on when we come back, but we can get rid of that. Still doing its thing. All right, so there's the airplane. Let's go ahead, bring Sim Toolkit in. Okay, as you can see, the landing rate right here, not bad at all. All right. Finish. Okay. All right, so Tampa to Charlotte. Here we go. Oh, I did not look, by the way. Oh, that is so true. Wow. All right, so folks, we flew 440 miles, hour and 32 minutes, 1.3 on the G's, and minus 42 feet a minute. Wow. 136 feet a minute, or knots. Now, we did land long. To my discredit, I hate to say that, but we did. We somehow got high on the approach and right on the to the right of the center line. Landed almost 3,000 feet down an 8,000 foot runway. It only leaves about 5,000 feet, folks. So, would have been nice if we could have exited on the high speed right in, but we ended up going way up here, down here, over here, and around and in. Okay, overall, we really did, number-wise, looks phenomenal here. The downside again. Okay, you're supposed to land north of the line here. Get an idea where the professionals, we'll call them, land by the amount of rubber. We're up here at the tail end of it. We're also 23 feet-ish off the center line to the right. That's K on a 150 foot wide runway, but get what I'm saying. You're getting close to where you could get into the runway lines. Overall, that wasn't a bad deal at all. We'll come back to this in just a second. Let's see where we stand. I think we're done. We are indeed done. All right. So now let's turn around and set up for flight number 2. All right, this is the Piedmont Historical Group virtual airline site. Get it up on my side of the house here. There we go. All right, so you can see these are the flights out of Charlotte. The red ones here are the ones we can actually get more points for because they're the focus event cities. All right, now the blue dot here is where we are. And I'm aiming for Baltimore. Now, when you do this, you're going to already say, this is like American virtual. Same group, folks, just different airline. Same group of people, different airline. All right, so we can fly 727s, 737s, 737-300s, the F-28, and the 767. It's only 300 miles up there, about an hour and 20-minute flight time. So let's book the flight. Look for the 767. How about this one? Any others? Going once, going twice. Sold. Hit the plus sign. Let's select 603. Let's go ATSIM. And bear with me, folks. Now I need, we're looking at 1857. Let's go with, where'd you go? Let's go with 1957. All right, now for the routing. Could go center, we could go right. We'll leave it center and see where we end up. Let me see here. 1140. Okay. Just filling in some blanks here so when I look for this to set up my YouTube calculations, I have it. All right, so they're projecting us to be on the Cleanse 5 departure, AUDII to THHMP to Raven 6 into Baltimore. We're going to remove required, put that in there instead, dispatch, confirm, and dispatch. Now we're just waiting on Sim Toolkit, and American is in my spot, it looks like. See if they catch on and move on. All right, we'll see. They might be going, what the heck? Okay, so here's roughly how our routing will look. Okay. Now, information. Didn't mean to do that, folks. Sorry. All right, so informationally, we're going to 39,000, cost index 50, 138. Departure time estimated at 1957 on VATSIM. We'll see at the rate they were going. Alternate AVP. That wouldn't have been my first choice, but okay. And we'll be in there at 2120. All right, so we'll go with it. And you know what? Okay. All right, so bear with me here as we do a turnaround here. The big thing being right up here. Let's get the airplane set up. Round. Okay, we're calling for 138 peeps. We put that to 0. All right, so we're looking right now at 205. Hang on, let's go here. So our estimated zero fuel weight, folks, you can see it there, 215,091. So 10,000 again, close to 10,000. 09 minus 205 630 9461. Okay. Again, fuel for this flight, ramp fuel will be 2691. All right, and we can go ahead and get rid of the website now. So now you can see we got 138 people, 9,400. Let's try that again. 9,461 pounds of cargo. I call it bulk to bring us up. Oh, and then our fuel. It's gonna double check. That I got the right number. I do. Okay. Again, we're gonna perform some maintenance. You can see that it's been gonna optimize. Hey, some got bumped into first class. I'm gonna start loading. We got about 7-ish thousand pounds of fuel to uplift. All right. And with that, folks, let's get into the checklists. All right, so parking brake is set, battery, standby power, all of that's on. We're on the APU, so we're going to stay with the APU. All right, now Baltimore is 143 feet. We'll go. All right, so we're set to go, folks, there. Emergency lights remain armed. All right, so with that, let's come down here. Actually, let's first start the alignment process. Okay, on battery is a good thing to see to start with, then we see a line. If not, then we're going to have to reset the cell. There we go. Starting to wonder. Go to nav. Okay, and then we'll let that play out. All right, and let's start it. See? Position lies so. PWI. All right, flight number today we with PAI 11. Okay, next page. Okay, all we got to do is put AUDII and THHMP. AUDII and THHMP. Although we don't put the U in THHMP. Activate. Execute. All right, let's go to our departure. Land to center. That's just how we're planned, and let's track of our departure. Second cleanse. Lines. Body. Execute. Arrival. Indication. Do shoot here. There's the question of the day. Hang on, let's do this together. Let's get charts in here. All right, so let's determine what runway we're going to actually shoot for. All right, so here's charts. We've been using this quite a bit, so now we're going to go to import from SimBrief, our new approach. First off, let's see what the AUDII real world is saying. We are on the I think it's for both, folks. Just 2 pages long. Wow. Okay, arriving aircraft expect visual runway 10 and runway 15 left. Okay, so what does that mean? All right, so here's runway 10, 15 left. Okay, so what that means is we're landing here, probably departing on there. All right, so we'll plan to come off around Delta, probably park somewhere here in the B pier. We'll see where that ends up. That's down there. All right, so runway 10, got it. Okay, so how do we determine this? Now we know the THHMP, Ravens 6. I have no idea where they got that name from. So TMH, here we go. So we're going to be going out here to Laurel, following it around. So, okay. So now let's do this. It's got an itch. All right, let's go to the arrival approaches. All right, so already see a couple potentials. Look at that anchor coming right in on it. I think we'll stick to the ILS. All right, so we're going to be doing the ILS to runway 10. So we're going to touch it at column and fly it in. That's a 11-mile final. Perfect. Should be able to hit that with no trouble. Now, let's take that information and start plugging it into our FMC. Let's do it first. Stump. 10. Execute. All right. Now, let's go back and trace our track here, make sure we're all good. Go to plan. We'll do our best. Let's do this. I'm going to move charts down. That should help us to see. Okay, now you can see right up there. There's where we're going to be able to watch us step through. All right. So, back to Charlotte. Our departure is cleanse. So when we take off, we're going to head to 1260 and then 330 or 220 or 025, depending which one he sets us on. Okay. Pretty simple. And then we head to Munby. Vector to Munby. Initial climb for Charlotte, 8,000. As of right now, there is no center. Okay. Or approach or tower. All right, so let's start stepping it out. Okay, to Munby, Lilac, Cleanse, Thirst, AUDII, and you need to do this and this to close it. Execute. That was a discontinuity. That's what you're, one of two things you're looking for. None of the altitudes are going way out of whack. Close up. All right. Thumb. Thesic, white. Okay. Down here. So wherever it says center is where we're at. Okay, so now we're going to Acro, followed by DeFort, KMJO, Capco. Things looking good. Heading over to Raven. Right here on the chart, folks. Then we're going to Navy, Anchor, and Laurel, and then Hun start the vector to the runway. And then our runway is column, so we'll just do this, execute. That sets us up there. Column, jeans, and there, jeans at 1,500 feet. Good. All right, and then finally we missed approach out to Hertz, go into a hole. And there we go. Perfect. It's good, folks. Oh, I hate when it does that. Hang on. Clink. There we go. All right, so we got the legs page taken care of. Matt Air, how you doing, sir? Matt, 1997. The landing was 151 is what Piedmont Virtual showed us at. Sim Toolkit showed us at 42 feet a minute. So you're not hearing many complaints out of me. Welcome in. Hope everything's going well with your school. And need to see you in the air more. We're up here in Charlotte, headed to Baltimore. Otherwise, like I like to say, Charlotte to Balmer. All right, so we're going to head now and figure out our performance data. That's always the fun part. All right, so back to route. Let's just look at it real quick. Okay. Let's see. Are we done loading? Did we ever load? 20.6. Looks like we did. Okay, to the performance page. Now, all know we're going to go to Sim Toolkit. The reason being is if you don't know this, folks, and you should know it from the last folks, today, well, starting this week, an email went out letting you know the takeoff and performance data had been added to SimBrief. That's right. So when you fly these airliners, you can actually generate V numbers and distances and all. We're going to do that right now. Okay, so I am going to go down here. We're going to load our current flight. And I'm going to write down our estimated takeoff weight. 2, 3, 4, 882. Really need that, folks, for this to work. All right, so from that, we're going to go right over here to the performance tools. Okay, so again, I'm just going to use this. And again, we'll use what they're showing. What are they showing? Guys, here in Charlottetown. Charlottetown is showing variable of 4. We'll go with it. Whatever it says, we'll go with. Altimeter 3002, 28 degrees. Yeah. Okay, so this is landing. Correction, takeoff. So again, 762. So KCLT. Go with 36 center, but you know, we can always come back, check if we're worried. Actually, we can do both. 2, 3, 4, 882 for the estimated takeoff weight. Optimum. We're going to go takeoff. Lead, anti-ice. Try, enabled, and improved, yes. Okay. As I said on the last flight, the reason we're not going optimum on thrust, I don't know how to, in this aircraft, set TO1, TO2 in the aircraft. I know how to do it, or even in the FMC. So we just make it easy on ourselves. It's always takeoff thrust setting. Now, I do know how to flex, or what's the other one called? Assumed temperature. I do know how to do that one. So we'll click calculate. Uh-oh. Oh, we're in kilograms. Disregard. We're going to switch. Calculate. We're not in pound. Oh, come on. It blew my weight up. Okay, so hang on. 2, 3, 4, 882. Calculate. All right, there we go. Don't know how it gets that, but whatever. That's kind of funny. So we're going to go out of here, flaps 5, takeoff 54, 129, 129, 132 for my speeds. Now, show you how we put this 54 in. That I do know how to do. Okay. And now, how much of 3.6 center, a 10,000 foot runway, are we being up? Gives you a ballpark. Again, this all started this week. This was hinted at when the FMC information earlier last week or the week before came out. Now they're up to this level. This is awesome stuff, folks. Unfortunately, my one program I go to for the 767 is now in danger. So, you know, with progression, we lose some things sometimes. Now, we could put in our landing performance for Baltimore. Let's hold off till we get to altitude. Okay. Let's hold off real quick and let me do a quick check here. See if I'm going to be. Uh-oh. Did we lose Simulware? I think we did. Worst case scenario, we'll look at it on. There we go. Ah, that's because the Concorde's taken off from Dulles. That's what did it, folks. No, seriously. Nothing's up. Even ground went down. Cool. All right, so that's what this is all about, folks. Giving you now V-speeds in your aircraft. That's something we have been dying for. So, just going to leave this where I can get to them. 129, 129, 132. Okay. So, let's get in here. There's our zero fuel weight already in. Is that correct? We ran across this being incorrect last time. 215.0. No, that is not right. 215.0. Okay, 235. Is that close? That's very close. Okay. Reserves. Okay, you guys have, hang on, Sim Toolkit's still up. Okay, bear with me here. Let's go back to save flights. Actually, let's just do it this way. Get the flight plan up here. Okay, there's 215. There's our takeoff weight. Come down here. Now, you can also do it from here and see the chart form, and at the bottom you'd see the numbers. So just so you know it's there, just you got to throw ones in front of some of this, okay? However, we're going to go to preview the briefing. If you remember from the last flight, in the default Lido, that's what this is. This is not American or United, Lufthansa, or any of those. This is just, if you go Charlotte, Baltimore, 767. Yeah, that route's good. Generate. Boom. And you didn't change that flight plan. This is the format it looks like. Okay, there's our blocked fuel. That's what they're loaded into us. Come down. This is where I get my reserve, 10.4. It is your alternate, which is my furthest, which Allentown is where they're saying our alternate is, plus our 45, okay, 30-minute reserve in this case. Should have been a 45. My bad for not catching. My bad. So it's going to be 10.4. Okay. Normally I keep it at 45. Okay, so we're going to get rid of Sim Toolkit so you all can watch now. All right, so I've adjusted to 215.0. We're going to put 10, 4, 4, reserve, cruise altitude. Jeez, they're sending us up 39,000. They think I'm in a 757 or what? Holy mackerel. Cost index 50. Winds 264.58. Oh, go to the next, go to takeoff. Click CG, go to the next page, put your wind in. For the runway here, I just go to Sky Vector, pull up the METAR real quick, variable 007. diagonal 4. Slope. You can get that from performance. In this case, we are looking at 0. I'm going to go with no slope, so we're not going to have to worry about it. And our outside air temperature is not 32, but 28. Is that close to the METAR? Yes. 28. Okay, go back to page 1. Now, we are calling, remember, if you remember, that we're going to run with a temperature of 54 degrees. That's what we'll put in there. Flaps 5. You're going, well, where's all the flap settings? You got to turn it on. All right. Now, this is more reminiscent of coming out of Tampa. I love it. Oh, I love it. I love it. Let's just put the right numbers in. 129, 129, 132. Oh, 129. 129. We'll go with 134. That's great. You had to be there to see it, folks. If you missed it and you want to see it, well, go to our YouTube channel. It'll be up there soon once we get the flight over. And there you go, folks. The FMC is programmed. We're ready to continue on. Real quick, a little to the top here. We'll keep the yaw dampers off for now. We'll turn them on hopefully this time around. Electronic engine conditions are on. Hydraulic pump set. And actually we need to turn these two off. Cargo heat coming on. Engine start switch, window heats. Passenger signs on. Cabin set, altitude set. And left and right recircs are on. Trim air's on, set to the middle, set to the middle. We're ready to go, folks. APU's already up. The only thing I do right now is let that guy talk because he'll start sounding the bell if I don't. He'll be in the background. All right, time to start this thing up. All right, let's first. Still connected, so we're going to disconnect. And we're going to use Sim Toolkit real quick here. All right, let's pull Sim Brief away, bring you in so you all can see. All right, so we're going to load the Sim plan. Fly now. Oh wait, we don't have the aircraft. Let me go back. Right. Okay. Yeah, it is what it is. All right, so there's what we're looking at. No ATC around. Okay, real quick loadout for those just joining. Payloads 31,740. Block view 20,700. 138 people, 9,000 pounds of cargo. I know it says different, but that's what got us to the 0 fuel weight you see there. 3-6 center, landing 10. Cleanse, AUDII. I call it THHMP, however you want to say it. Raven 6, 39,000. Pre-filing with FatSim real quick. How we doing? Ooh, we got like 30 minutes. Boy, we hit this one real good, folks. All right. All right, and we're a D aircraft 75, and we're going to start. Flight plan's on its way.
The following electronic devices: smartphones, CD players, laptop computers may
All right,
be
so
used with
let's
seatbelt
see
signs on,
what we
or
get.
with
We're going to
infrared
standby.
mobile telephones, remote control toys, or any electronic
Flight
devices
plan
operating
number
with the antenna must be turned off at
is
all
1140.
times. We remind you that this is a non-smoking flight. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the smoke detectors installed in the lavatories is prohibited by law. You will find this and all the other safety information in the card located in the seat pocket
6014.
in front of you. We strongly suggest you read it before takeoff. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask one of our crew members. We wish you all an
Hey,
enjoyable flight. Thank you.
there we go. Okay, folks, we're ready to go. 21,800. Oh, I think it was. Okay, real quick, X-Pilot. Okay, with your pilot control connection between the plane and VATSIM, you've got to be, and I'm totally shocked that our controller here was not properly doing things. That's kind of not how it should be. Dot CTAF KCLT. And they wonder why people are not tuning to this frequency. I was actually wrong. It was 100. Hey, here we go. All right, folks, we are ready. Close up and back out. Okay, let's get better push back in here.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Okay, we're going to go ahead, get rid of the jetway. Waiting on the tug. There it is. Beacon on.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Okay, folks, we're just about ready.
Tow connected and bypass been inserted. Release parking brake.
Okay, stand by, making sure everything's readied. Okay. Hey, cars, that is the one thing not ready. Okay, up and running. All right, ready to go, folks.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Okay, packs off. Packs on. Packs off. Packs on. Oh, guys got to know that storyline, hopefully. Not I'm really old. Okay, we're just wrapping up the final start on engine 1. All right, let's get this one over to start. Fuel on.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
All right, engines are on. We're just waiting for them to settle up.
Tow is disconnected. Unbike has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Okay, we're not getting number 2 to look. Second, folks. Let's go ahead and get her shut down. All right, we're going to go ahead, try again. I think we got it this time. We do have a fuel imbalance. We'll have to figure out the fixings of it. All right, now we got both engines running. All right, so left and right hydraulic pumps on. Leads are still on. Pack's coming on. See how that works. Okay, APU gen's good. Let's get down to the nitty gritty. Auto brakes. Jack takeoff. Flaps 5. Altimeters. Okay, that one's on and set. All right. The radar. Let's go into weather. Okay. Check of the flight controls. Taxi lights on. Brakes off here. Charlotte traffic, Piedmont 1142, taxi to 36 Center. All right, folks, nice little, this is the default airport. There is a scenery out there. Now, how well it works in X-Plane 12 is yet to be determined. I didn't like it. And here's the sad epitaph. I really didn't like it in X-Plane 11. I liked the fact that certain things looked a little more realistic, but overall I was not really happy with it. So I don't mean any disrespect to the creator, because hey, you took the step to try to improve it. Things weren't working right. So we'll go default, and I don't know of any Baltimore scenery. You guys do great. Hey, shoot it in the Discord channel for Flying with Mike. The rest of us could benefit as we head on down to runway 36 center. Hey, okay, stave trim needs to go to, it's like, is that 5.9? Good luck here, folks. Your best guess. We're at least in Airbus, and you know the funny thing, McDonnell Douglas, it's pretty well, you know what you're set at. Here you kind of, to me, guess, and that's kind of wrong. Hey, weather radar's on, terrain following's on, and all right, MCP, we'll get, here we go. Okay, we're ready to go. Let's get the lights on. Clear for takeoff. Charlotte traffic, Piedmont 1140. Will be departing 36 center on the Cleanse 5 departure. Okay, auto throttle's on. All we got to do is punch the autopilot. All right, folks. Hope y'all are having a great Wednesday. And let's get lined up and whoa, what's going on with terrain radar? Ooh, I get them backwards. Find out. We'll bring it to a halt out here. I did that once on a runway, folks, in flight sim. Started rolling backwards. All right, let me make sure here. Yeah, we got it backwards. Okay, and took. Okay, it's 1,260 feet on takeoff. 80 knots, airspeeds are alive. B1. Rotate. Positive rate. All right, now let's go for the intercept. All right, folks, we are on our way. I just got the message there saying unable cruise. We'll have to see how that works out. We're working our way out of here. A couple of aircraft on final. See if we're going to be able to or not. I'm thinking with only 300, I think it was, miles. Ooh, yeah, 313. I'm not certain 39's makeable. Although it's saying AUDII by 39,000 here on the screen. You look at the arrival. Okay, that's kind of pushing it, but I think, you know, it might work. We'll see. You can only try, folks. We're headed for Munby. We're through 8,900, climbing hard, and we, of course, forgot our timer. Thank goodness we weren't relying on it to get to a 10-minute departure. But again, folks, I hope I turned out pretty decently time-wise. We are now headed to Baltimore, and hope to be there in 50 minutes. Get through these clouds. Hate people like that. Put the shade down. All right, folks, we're on our way. Is that Munby right ahead of us? Let's find out. Yes, it is. All right, folks, so we are on our way. Hope you enjoy. See how we do here, folks, if we line up for Klein or not. I'm sorry. Lilac. Still thinking I can't make the cruise. Huh. All right, well, we may cut off at 35. May have to cut that off. We'll see. What's the travel time between the two fixes? Oh. Okay, so the rate is to be about 20. It's going to be a very short time at 35,000, but we'll see. All right, so let's make sure we did get, oh, we did. Okay, hang on. Let's get these lights off. Again, the target is 35 or 39,000. So again, hope y'all are having a great Wednesday. It's been quite an interesting week. I did allude to we got a little ray, actually not a little ray, a pretty good piece of news. Not about me. This is about my daughter, and that's what's awesome. And private still, we'll keep it amongst the family, but at least we can, thank the Lord for the blessing in the news we got. Not comfortable with how it was handled, but the good overarching is good news. So yeah, we've got something to definitely be praising God for here. So any more things we need praise, prayers for, but the big problem, big ogre, if you will, was handled by the Lord. So On we go, folks. Still no controllers up. Oh, that speaks to me to... Now, let me talk to you a little bit about this gauge here, the transponder. Okay. The controllers. Okay. Not going to try to be mean. There is no mean spirit in this. All they care about is one, you fly what they tell you to fly, but more importantly, okay, as you look at that client here on the screen, that green button there says Mode C. That's their big focus. If you don't squawk Mode C on the ground, if you don't squawk it, they get some very irate at you. Others do their best to tell you, get it to that position, please. Some nicely, some bullshit. But, so right now, if you look at my transponder, I am on alt on. If I go to alt off, it stayed green. Now, the detriment to me, I can't see traffic. I have to go to TARA to see traffic up here on my nav display. And I got to make sure it's saying traffic, and I got to remember the button for that. Oh, it's right on the right there. So now when we go up, it should say TFC in green. It's not saying it on the other, so let's go here, find TFC, click it. Boom, TFC. So they could care less what that's set at. I'll be totally, folks, I'm giving you the gospel here. They will not care if you're not in Terra. They have no idea. But, hey, thanks, Hawker, for the yay, good news. But if you don't have that green button that says Mode C lit, guess what? They are not going to say livid. Well, the one I ran into was. Funny thing in this whole story with him, I'm not going into it. As soon as I lifted off the ground, blink, it came on. And he was happy that was the end of the whole argument. I just sat there and went, that was 40 minutes on the ground. So, moral to that story, folks, so you don't end up, is make sure you're in Mode C when you're on the ground. I don't care what country you're in, where you're at in the world. That's what the controllers are most going to want to see out of you. That, and you follow simple directions, because they really don't get complicated. They're not going to go, Piedmont 1140, expect to hold at AUDII for 15 minutes. No, you're not going to get that, folks. I did, only because the controller knew me. He did have some fun. Says, you can expect a hold here and this and that, you know, all the parameters for the hold for approximately 25 minutes. And I got on there and said, are you serious? he goes, would you look at the map? And I did. And I went, you know, this isn't even in your space. He goes, yeah, I know. I just wanted to see what you thought. So, like, yeah, okay, I see how you are. And we blew right past that fix with no holds. He actually, folks, is a real world controller. So he let us know. That was great. A few other great stories with him. We don't need to do that. We're at top of climb, folks. Hate to break it to you, FMC. We made it. Hang on. It's still telling me I can't make it. You gotta love it. All right, so top of descent is now 72 miles away. Now, more than likely, folks, on a flight like this, there is a chance the guys in the front will give you access to walk around before top of climb. Uh, Mainly so the flight attendants can get out and sell things. I mean, that just doesn't sound, but it's the truth. They got to break even, folks, even on the short flights. All right, so we got to make 25,000 by THHMP. Let's pull it up here real quick. Let you all get a gander of what we're getting ready to do. Okay, so here we go. THMP at 280. Thezik, White, A Crow, D Fort, Walken, JO, Capco, Raven, Navy. Oh, I think I missed one. Jetney. Oh no. Oh, Jetney's if we had to come in. I see. Never mind. Disregard Jetney. Navy, Anchor, and Laurel, ending in Hun. So that's our arrival. Raven at 6,000. Got to be above 25,000 by HMP. Thezik. We need to be at 23,000. So that's the one we key on. 39 minus, what was it, 23? 16 times that by 3 is 48. Let's give it about 10, so 58 miles from there. You're going, now how are you going to figure that out? Well, first off, there it is right there at 111 miles. Also, it's saying 56 miles from here. That's going to be pretty close, folks. So that's how you do it. The other way, I hate to say it, folks, the hard way, add them up. 13 plus whatever it is from where you are to THHMP, which is 94 miles. That's how you do it, folks. All right, so we are set up and oh, now, folks, are you getting to laugh like I am? Airplanes in cruise, unable cruise altitude. Huh? Uh-oh. I've got a nasty message coming in from Baltimore. Hang on. Looks like we've had a runway change. Oh, that's just wonderful. They're now landing on the 28s. Or please be an or in this. 33 right. Okay. So we're going to have to change. A quick change here. So Raven at 6, Retina, we're landing 28 now. So we're going from Bay westward. Okay. All right, so let's get in here real quick. Index. Raven. Bump. 28. Let's get in here real quick. Switch and run. Whoa, wrong one. Sorry, folks. Cancel. Cancel. First, got to switch the runway to 28. So all we got is to the final point. Okay, so there you go, folks. That's our switch. Okay, so now we're going to fly the same route except after Raven to Jetna. So 6,000 will begin our descent 428. Execute, legs. Again, THMP. Oh, can't do that. Clear. Let's do this to... Okay, now this is where you want to make sure this is close, because when you got to do a change like that on the fly, guess what happens? Sometimes it starts looping you back to the beginning. So if you've got it set pretty close to your course, you hit heading select, pulls the plane back on course, figure out what's your next fix, direct to it, and go. And descend if need be. In our case, we are about to descend 30 miles. Okay, so now we're just going to go through here, Jetna to, what's the initial Jetna to Hertz, okay. It really doesn't like 39,000. That's okay, we're going to start down. 23. Correct? Is that what we're going down to? 23,000. Okay, when you got line under, line above, that means 23,000, and then we continue on out from there. Actually, it looks like 23 from physique to white, and then we start. All right, so remember what I told you? Okay, just make sure Hertz, Juddy, Hert, Jurdy. Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. Let's get this descent going. Descend now. There we go, folks. We are on descent into Baltimore. Those storms are going to be pretty close to the airport. Could be just like a couple days ago, cutting in front of those storms. It was great. Top of descent, top of climb. Oh, how far out are we from Trump? 59 miles, 72. We're going to be... We'll let it take care of it. We were a little far out. That's okay. All right, so let's get back to what we were doing. So now the rebrief, THHMP 280, 25,000 or higher, physique and white at 23,000. It is assumed at 280. Acro 21,000 or higher, DeFort higher than 18, walk-in, and this is why it's assumed, because walk-in's even 280. 15 to 17, JO 11 to 12, Capco 9,000. That is what's called a hard altitude. Again, see how it's bracketed top and bottom, below or above, 9,000. 6,000 at Raven. In our case, I might be slowing us to 220, maybe slower to get onto the ILS. So from Jetna, we vector to the approach. 014. Okay, we're going to head to Hertz. Well, first, there's all our frequencies in here. Looks like we have Potomac approach. 109, I'm going to go ahead and set that. I don't know if you guys can see that or... Well, we're trying to stay up because you never know what Potomac approach will do. And welcome, Duluth Fly. Glad to have you in here. 1985. Charlotte Ground didn't want to deal with me anymore. Just kidding. You did a fair job. I'm not going to complain. So 109.7, 285, 2000 at Jurdy. And decision altitude 200 feet. So we'll double check. Way above and way above on Viz, so we're good. Climb out to EMI VOR and hold Westminster. Okay, Hertz at or above 2,000, Jurdy at 2,000 on the glide slope. We need a half-mile visibility and an RVR of 24. Actually, we can drop it to 18 since we have a flight director and autopilot so we can actually drop it. And we're looking at about a 2-minute 27-second run before missed approach. So pretty good approach coming up, folks. We're in our descent, and we're just kind of making sure we don't break 25,000 at THMP. $19.85. Let's get that dialed in. Really? Really hate when the radios do that. 19,850. $19,850. Okay. So we're set up to go to Potomac approach when they buzz us. Who knows? Maybe they'll fly a fighter over us. Who? No, just kidding. Oh, that would be Hawker. What am I thinking? All right, so we're getting close. Although we're not getting close enough. All right, folks, we are beginning to make the run for the border of North Carolina, Virginia. Okay, we're not picking up the radar. Let's see if we accidentally turned it off. Nope, nope, and nope. Okay, 28 and 33. I don't know why they won't depart them. 33. Oh, I know why. Never mind. I know why they won't depart them. Storms are over the airport right now. They should be clear by the time we get there. Okay, here we go, folks. Looks like a big blob in front of us. I'll be honest, I don't actually know where we hit Potomac. According to this, we should be in it, but I don't know how high up he goes. Got past the 280. All right, we're now 280, 23,000. Oh, there we go. 119,850. I know that. 19,850. Potomac approach, Piedmont, 1140 heavy. Crossing Fezzik, inbound Baltimore on the Raven 6 arrival, 23,000. Okay, forgot to tell you we do have Gulf. We'll continue descent Raven 6, planning 28, the runway 28 ILS. And Piedmont 1140. It sounds like fun. We got the weather. All right, folks. Like I said, sounds like a whole lot of fun coming in here. So, time to see what happens. Actually, this thunderstorm cell they're talking about, I think, should be off the airport by the time we get there. But if it isn't, guess what? We'll have fun. All right, folks. So, we're inbound. There's white. $23. 21. Okay, to Fort Walken. Oh, okay, we got to make the turn. Okay, I thought CAPCO was the turn. Okay, to Fort is 18,000 and recheck of that weather. There it is, 2995. Okay, all altimeters are set. Okay, and we got our altitude set to 9,000 at CAPCO. Next up is walk-in. We need to be between 15 and 17. Oh, we're starting to get some good shifting here. Yeah, we're not seeing weather on here. Dang it. Let me just try something. That's terrain. Okay. All right, that's weather. We're not getting it. With Zebo, we were really seeing it, folks. How we doing through here? Good. Okay, next up. $12 to $11. Let's see if we're gonna make it. Okay, let's get that ILS frequency and all set up. Okay, that was 1097. Heading 285. Okay, so we got that dialed in. Okay, we made. Okay, Capco, we got to start slowing. Okay, we are 10 miles from Capco, approaching 10,000 feet, slowing, and speed brakes off. Next up is 6,000 after this. Oh yeah, here we go. Got some lightning. Oh, it's just a bummer we're not seeing it on the radar. Just a bummer. All right. Piedmont 1140 heavy down to 4,000. Current heading. Piedmont 1140 continuing to 3000. Oh, he's cutting us in at Journey. I see what he's... How'd we overspeed? I think that's the first thunder we've heard today. All right, Piedmont 1140, right to 100. This is going to be tight. Down to 2000, Piedmont 1140. $300 to join the localizer, Piedmont 1140. Continuing to 310 for Piedmont 1140. Yeah, cleared for the approach 28. Piedmont 1140. We got India now. Wow, radar scope looking a little fun, folks, over the airport. Airport's right about there, folks. All right. Beautiful weather, folks. Beautiful weather for us to come in on a sleigh ride. Except it's raining. Uh-oh. Are we not grabbing the look? There we go. All right, how far out are we now? 12 miles. Hold. Gonna go ahead and get another layer of flap in. Can't ever flap your wings enough, folks, to get into airports like this. And yes, where else can you get cheesy jokes like that? But flying with Mike. And we're still being told we cannot make our cruise altitude. Gotta love it. Pretty sure I'm not even gonna try it. All right, Baltimore, welcome below us, the harbor areas. Been following the news somewhere out here. I'm not sure where it would be, the bridge. So, somewhere. Clear to land, runway 28, Piedmont 1140 heavy. Nice. By the way, folks, you see that nice little lightning? Oh, that was pretty cool. And still no runway in sight. Oh, got some lightning over it. Wait a minute. Runway in sight. 3 green. Set. Here we go, folks. Give me a... Oops. Oh, this one's been a fun flight, folks. Let's go flaps full. All right, folks, let's see if we can. Okay, plane's mine. Runway in sight. Ooh, nice strike right ahead of us.
500. Minimums.
Landing.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
All right, let's see how we can do this here. I'm going to try to make that intersection. Welcome to Baltimore, folks. Romeo 1. And Potomac approach, Piedmont 1140 off at Romeo 1. Papa Echo Tango to the ramp, cross, what is that, 3-3 left, Piedmont 1140. It only took him getting me on to final to get it right. Gotta admit, folks, this was actually quite comical. Papa, where's Echo, folks? Hey, those of you out there that know this airport, where the heck's airport? Don't see Echo. Papa, I see Tango. Oh, I see Echo now. Okay, I got it. Papa, the Echo. Okay, so we are going to Pier A. Those right in front of us. I don't know why I can't just go straight. Papa? All right, let's get those flaps in now. And we'll put the spoilers in. Crank up the APU. Somewhere in here will be Echo, Zintangle, and then we will be into our gate somewhere along that line. How's that sound, folks? Altitude passing. Igor's out here. I said Igor. Brake set. All right, let's get the gen on. Bleed on. And let's get down here this time. Turn the radars. All right, folks, welcome to Baltimore. A nice rainy day. You know, that's all we've been getting on the East Coast here of late. Pretty cool, though. That was a fun approach. Okay, beacon off. Okay, let's just run the checks real quick, make sure. All right, after landing, okay, flight directors are off, auto throttles off, okay. Auto brakes off, speed brakes are down, APU's on, flaps up, transponder will be on standby here momentarily. Brakes, engine selectors off, that I do know. All right, let's. All right, folks, we are on the ground. Okay, we've got our stuff in. Let's get the gate. All right, and finally, let's get some doors open here. Potomac approach, Piedmont 1140. We're into blocks. I just want to say great job, and it's fun listening to you. All right, we're gonna come off just so we quiet it down. That was probably one of the best arrivals I've ever had, even though we got a little trying to figure him out, folks. It really was hilarious. I hope you all enjoyed. He did a great job. All right, so let me just do a quick edit here. All right, let's pull this in, wrap this all up. Wow, that was great. All right, according to our friends at Piedmont, we have a 239 feet a minute landing. We'll file that one as well. It is filed. Oh, that was just, oh, that made it fun. All right, and no violations. We got in here safely, and that's just all we're looking for, folks. Perfect. All right, let's take a look at this here on Sim Toolkit. Let me get rid of XPilot, and we'll get rid of Sim Toolkit at the top. All right, so we're going to bring in Sim Toolkit. There it is. Okay, in order to find out how we recorded there, let's complete the flight. Now, the reason we're not seeing Piedmont 1, I'm not sure if it's actually there, but we're not having aircraft on it. So, let's look at Charlotte to Baltimore. Okay, we flew an hour and 14 minutes, 300 miles, burned 3,200 kilograms of fuel. Ooh, we touched down at 2 Gs, but yet only recorded 178 feet a minute. That's a little weird. That must have been something to do with a thunderstorm. That or we were just laughing so hard. That was just so entertaining coming in. However, unlike our landing at Charlotte, we did much better down the runway. Okay, now You do see the displaced threshold. You're not supposed to land in it. It's supposed to land from where you see the blue dot continuing to the left. We touched down 1,273 feet down the runway, just past the visual cues. 7 feet off the center line. Folks, that is not a bad landing. So overall, really good. We're parked somewhere right in here. So this was good. All right, much to the chagrin, let me just show those who weren't here. This was the earlier flight. We were high over the threshold, almost landing outside the landing zone. It ended right here. But we were more importantly 23 feet off the center line to the right. So much improved. Although, if you look at it, 1.3 Gs. Yeah, you be the judge. All right, so that you have it there, folks. Now let's see if we can't rewind this pup. I'm going to do a couple things just to make sure this isn't one of those planes that does some weird things if you don't. All right, let's give it a try here, folks. We're going to try to rewind it. So far, so good. I'm just going to... Oh, no! Oh, I was about to cry. I thought we were going to have it. All right, let's bring this one in, shall we? Now, folks, we're not going to see how we saw it a few minutes ago. We're going to see it. It stayed, the scenery, the weather, and all of that stays real time, but the aircraft is now back where it was. If that makes any sense. Let's get outside, see what we can see coming in. There's the runway. Just realized, folks, there's a lot of scenery, a lot of weather, no traffic now, but frame rates are still pretty hard hit. Look at that. Wow. Nice. Look at that. Right down the... Oh, man. That was a beautiful landing. Let's take a look at it from a couple of other vantage points. Let's back that up. Oh, the lightning is really... I kind of like the effects they have in X-Plane with it. Might be better than other weather sims I've seen. I will honestly say, folks, I've never been on a flight in a thunderstorm. Wow, that was actually a pretty good, nice little thump. All right, let's look off the other way. Flaps are full. I do like taking off on this runway. Nice. Nice. Well, folks, that was a fun flight. I hope you... Whoop, missed it. Sorry, folks. And that's how you want your approach to look. White over red. But they usually don't disappear like that. Whoa, that was cool. It's a shame. I don't know if I would be able to see that again. We're going to try this again. Look at that, just right down the center line, folks. That is what you want it to look like. Just like this, all the way in. Hang on, you just come in so you can see it. Besides that wonderful lightning. Pause. See how this looks? That's how you want your pappies, and that will put you right here. All right, I'm going to switch up to the tower, see if we're able to see anything from here, and watch it come in. Always guaranteed a good landing. Look at that. Boom. Nice. Nice. Welcome to Baltimore, folks. Beautiful day of flying from Tampa to Charlotte, then on continued service to Baltimore. Hope y'all enjoyed. I know I sure did. Boy, did I enjoy this arrival. So, folks, I want to say thank you so much for being a part of Flying with Mike. I want to thank all of our followers, all of our people that just kind of pop in, pop out. Hey, we love y'all. And if y'all ever do consider, we would love to have you as one of our subscribers, helping us pay the bills here, plus pay for some of what you see here. So, but folks, we really, really thank you so much for being a part of Flying with Mike. I hope you all have a great rest of your Wednesday. And for those of you already into Thursday, hope you're enjoying Friday Eve. Folks, we will see you Friday Eve, which is Thursday tomorrow. And look forward. I'm not going to give away much. Check the about, the schedule, however you want. But folks, you all have a great day. And may it be a blessed day from the Lord. God bless you all. Have a great day. See you tomorrow.